The Nithyananda Yoga. Please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. We'll begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Remember Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha. Hold your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra. We'll now chant the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Pavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. We'll now chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Please chant it internally as we chant it for you outside. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Let us now perform the Tattva Chamanam, ritualistic cleansing of the hands and the mouth. With your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, please take 3 sips of water as we chant the mantra. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svada. Rinse your right hand and with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips from right to left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Rinse your hand again and then with the index, middle and ring finger of your right hand, touch above your upper lip, below your lower lip. Rinse your right hand again. With the index finger and thumb of the right hand, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb of the right hand, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear, left ear. Rinse your hand once more. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, right chest, left chest. Then with all the tips of your fingers, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, in the center of your chest. Rinse your hand one last time. Clasp your right hand in your left hand and keep both your hands on your right thigh. We'll now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Create a conscious resolution for all the auspiciousness to manifest from this Abhyasa of Nithyananda Yoga. Visualize the body that you want to manifest, the powers you want to manifest. We'll now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Mamopata samasta duritakshaya dvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararde Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvata Manvantare Ashtavinshaditame Nitya Yuge Pradame Pade Shambhu Dvipe Bharatavarshe Varadakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shastyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwar Ritau Tulamase Shukla Bhakshe Ekadasyam Shubhadito Sthiravasare Yuktayam Shadabhisha Nakshatra Dhruva Yoga Vanijakarna Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Shri KAILASA Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Vinnaswarupa Parashivaputra Ratnakumara Guru Manya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruda Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Prabhaktra Shrimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Muktamaya Sutrashriyana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinnaga Haladi Samasta Birda Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarva Janasanga Sadyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapa Varga Varsha विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारणे ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार बुधोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर दुषिततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरी योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रहित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि नवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोवंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्यविच आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्णारोग्य युक्त रात्रिक योगी शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। ओम अवस्पृश्य rinse your right hand with the udhrani of water and keep your Panchapatra mudrini safely aside.
Yes.
Nithyananda, everybody. Welcome back to another Brahma Muhurta morning here in KAILASAs all over the world. Well, at least here in the Eastern time zone. As always, we're going to begin today's KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga ritual by giving ourselves a nice little warm up, get our body moving, making sure that we're not going to be harming ourselves, preparing the body to explore our ultimate possibilities, to really find our limits today and try and expand beyond them. And so, as always, let's please just rise up and we will come to a standing position. And we're going to begin by making nice, deep, large rotations with the neck. Large circular motion, nice and slow. As always, just start to tune into your body. If you haven't already, just start to feel the areas that are being worked as we go through them one by one. Obviously, beginning with the neck, just notice if you feel a little bit of tension or pain, stress at any point as you go through big, large circles. And if you notice anything and you want to spend a little extra time there and pause and try and extend that region a little bit more, see if you can open it up and see if it makes it feel any better, then explore that. And we'll stop and go in the opposite direction. Good. And now we'll bring our chin down towards our chest. You could bring your hand or both hands behind the back of the head if you'd like. Just apply a little bit of gentle pressure. We're really trying to reach and pull down through the chin using the strength of your own body. You can just add a little bit extra with the hand behind you. And then slowly start to tilt the chin back up towards the ceiling. Place your hands beneath your chin just to apply a little bit of extra pressure, or if you are able to do this somehow by pressing the forehead down, whatever works best for you. And then bring the spine to a neutral position, neck to a neutral position, and we're going to tilt our head to the side. Bring the hand on top of the side of the head again, just to apply a little bit of gentle pressure. Feeling that along the side of the neck. Again, being careful, taking care of yourself. You're not harming yourself. And coming to a neutral position, we'll perform the same thing on the opposite side. Not trying to overdo it right now, just really trying to wake ourselves up and slowly start to loosen up those areas that are naturally tight after being dormant for so many hours. Good, and bring the spine to a neutral position here. This time we're just going to turn our head from right to left, trying to look beyond your shoulder. Good. All right, and let's move our way down to our shoulders. We're going to bring our hands on top of our respective shoulders and start to make some nice big circles here. Rotating. And as you come to the front, trying to get the elbows together. And as you come to the back, opening up that chest nice and wide. Good. Then rotate in the opposite direction. Again, trying to make that nice big circular motion, going through at a slow pace. If you want to spend a little extra time in any specific area, I encourage you to do so. Give yourself that opportunity to warm the body up as needed. Although we go through a sequence of different warm-up postures and dynamic movements, warm-ups really are a custom format in that only you know where your body's at today. Only you know what you're feeling exactly. And so make sure that you're spending that time necessary to warm yourself up. Good. From here, we're going to bring our arms back and forth across our chest. We've got a fun day today again. We've got a couple hand balancing postures. We've got an inversion coming up. Today is ab day. All right. Work our core a little bit. We've got a variety of postures we're going to be focusing on. We're going to go up and down, opposite directions with the arms. And then let's see if we can go in opposite directions again with our hands. So starting from the top, rotating in opposite directions. Good. And then switching directions. You might find one way is easier than the other. Good. Then we're going to start rotating our spine, so our upper body twisting from side to side. You could extend your feet a little bit wider than shoulder width apart. Give yourself a strong, stable base. And we're just going to rotate the upper body from side to side. Go nice and slow. To deal with any back pain in the mornings, this will help get a little bit of blood flowing through there, but make sure you're not overly twisting, causing any harm. And as you feel the spine start to warm up, at the end of each twist, you can take an extra moment to try and go a little bit further if you'd like, or just maintain that basic movement that we've been doing. Whatever's best for you right now. Good. Now let's bring our hands to our hips. We're going to make some nice big circles. Going all the way around. And as you hear, you're really driving and directing the body just through the hips. So your upper body's moving based off of the direction that you're pushing the hips. We're stopping, go the opposite direction. Good. We'll bring our feet together now. Place the hands just above the knees, and we'll start to bend our knees a little bit. Get some ankle flexion going, and we're going to make some small circles with the knees at first. And then as we go through this, just slowly increasing the size and diameter of each circle. And trying to extend those knees beyond the toes and try and get the knees outside of the feet. So exploring that size of the circle as you go through this. Nicely done. Now we'll switch and go the opposite direction. We'll start small again or large. Start to feel out what you're noticing in your knees and ankles. Just start to feel this in the quads a little bit too. Good. And standing up, we'll start to rotate our ankles. So finding balance on one foot. Trying to make accurate and I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, a well-shaped circle with your toes. You may find one foot is easier than the other. We'll stop and go in the opposite direction. But you're trying to make a nice smooth circle with your, pretend that you're drawing with your big toe. As we do this more and more each day, you'll find that that coordination starts to improve more and more as well. Good, we'll stop and switch the other direction, or other foot. And then final direction, switching out. Good. Now, pressing the fingertips together, I skipped over our hands again. Let's start to open up our wrists, and you can place the palm up against one hand, fingers of one hand, with fingers pointed up. Start to stretch and open up the wrist, and then rotating the fingers down, pressing the palms down. I'll do the same thing on the other hand. Fingers pressed up. And then fingertips down. Good. If you want to squeeze and interlace your fingers, start to rotate, try and get some more blood flowing through there. Squeezing your hands into a fist, then extending the fingers out. I mentioned we do have some hand balances today, and they are happening pretty much right away. So make sure your wrists are ready to go here also. Good. All right, from here, we're going to transition into our skeleton dance. So, as normal, we're focusing on two things throughout the skeleton dance. One, that you get your elbows nice and high and you just start rotating around at other people as fast as you can and make contact. Okay, today's about contact. No, I'm kidding. Make sure you have some space available around you. You're not bumping into any partners or any walls, etc. And you can keep your eyes open or closed if you'd like, whatever's best for you. But we're holding on to the visualization of the skeleton structure. So the mind obviously tends to wander. Continue trying to bring yourself back to the visualization, seeing yourself as nothing but bones, okay? And we're shaking intensely, okay? Keep the elbows down, avoiding contact. All right, so shaking intensely, and you can feel your body out and notice, hey, this area is a little bit tighter, and you could shake that a little bit more so. But we are trying to move chaotically and randomly as well. But you're kind of mixing in and just making sure that you're warming up your body where it's needed to. Okay. So we'll start to begin by just shaking nice and slow, and as the music starts to turn on, we'll start to increase the intensity and the speed and the dynamic of our shake. Okay, so start to tune in. Again, eyes can be open or closed, whatever's best for you. Slowly start to move and shake your body. Good. We'll slowly start to pick it up a little bit more and more. And again, random, chaotic movements. And here we go. That's it. Shake, shake, shake. Keep going. Keep moving. Last few moments. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Almost there. Good. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Good. Coming to a tall standing position. Closing your eyes. Starting to take deep inhalations through the nose. Nice long exhalations out of the mouth. Start to calm your breath down. You notice that your heart is beating fast and your breath is just as quick. So let's try and calm the body down through nice, slow, controlled inhalations and exhalations. And as you notice the breath start to calm, just take a moment to feel the energy pulsing through you. Feel what you just generated. Remind yourself what we've recently been initiated into, this powerful cognition that energy is generated within. As weak, as tired as we may have been when we first woke up, notice the difference between then and now. And understand that there's even more potential energy within you as we start to explore these various asanas today. And with that final reminder, we are here today to explore our ultimate possibilities. Let's meet ourselves wherever your previous limits were and see if you can explore and expand beyond those limitations. With that, you can slowly start to open up your eyes, and we'll come down into a kneeling posture. And today we're going to be, as mentioned, we're going to be exploring some various different hand bouncing postures, as well as we've got some inversion, or a couple inversions. We're coming to the end of the Sakala Vinyasa Krama. So let's make sure that we are ready and prepared to explore these postures. So the first one that we're jumping into is Kukutasana, which is a hand balancing posture. So let's make sure that your wrists are ready and capable of holding your body weight, as well as we're going to spend a little bit of time opening up our hips again, in case you're somebody that's not quite able to get into Padmasana, but maybe you're right there. So while we're in a kneeling position, we're just going to spend some time to start to apply a little bit of weight onto the hands. So very simple. Keep your hands in front of you, fingertip pointed forwards, and lean forward onto the hands and just start to apply a little bit more and more weight onto your hands as you're here. So only you really know how much weight you're applying, but understand that you're trying to lift your entire body up onto your hands. So ideally, you're starting to apply closer and closer to that amount. And if you're feeling stress or any little pain while we're doing this, then it means pretty much that, okay, maybe you shouldn't try the asana. But maybe it's a pain or a stress that you're able to build towards. So as you lean forward and start to play with your body weight on your hands, just start to make sure you're tuned in and you're capable and ready to hold yourself there, okay? At any point we're doing these wrist and hand balancing postures today, you're feeling a little bit of stress postures. They are quite stressful on the wrists. Make sure that you're giving yourself the time and attention needed to rest and recover as well, okay? So while we're here, let's see if we can slowly start to press up and even try and lift the knees up off the ground. If you're able to lift your knees up off the ground, keep the toes down. You just press yourself up and hold for 3, 2, 1, and come down. And again, if you want to stretch out your wrists or give them a circle, give your hands a squeeze. We'll go through this a cycle a couple more times. So again, from the knees, trying to press the knees up off the ground and hold for a few moments. And then coming back down and giving yourself a counter pose, placing the back of the hands on the ground. Do this a couple more times. Maybe this time you're able to lift up one knee and one foot off the ground. And then you come down. Good. And then last time through, maybe you're able to lift up one knee and then the other off the ground and hold. Good. Nicely done. Okay, we're going to move into that pigeon posture. So if you commented yesterday, any excuse to do pigeon, we'll do it. And yeah, it's pretty much right. This is a great posture for when you're tired in the morning and you really don't want to do a ton of movement, but you want to get some benefits of being here because it's so beneficial for opening up the hip, that's when we do this posture. Now, even when you're tired, make sure you're tuning in and you're noticing the hip open up. So give yourself that time and space. Understand that we are doing this posture right now to better allow ourselves to get into Padmasana. We have a couple yogis around me that are able to just lift their legs up without even pulling their feet into Padmasana. That's the ultimate. That's what Swamiji calls a true yogi. So if you want to be a true yogi, the goal is to try and put yourself into Padmasana without even needing to use your hands. So you really got to open up that hip area to allow yourself to do that. Obviously, it requires some strength as well. First step in that process, though, is to really make sure you have that hip mobility. Okay. Good. And we can step that one foot back. We'll rotate to the other side. So again, same as before, when you're doing this posture, keep the heel close to the perineum, close to the groin at first. Make sure you're taking care of your knee. And then the goal is to slowly extend the foot out further and further towards the front of the mat so the shin becomes parallel to the front mat. And again, we're trying to mimic that posture of opening up the hip to get into Padmasana. First posture is mentioned is Kukutasana, where we are going to be seated in Padmasana, lifting the entire body weight up onto the two hands. So just trying to prepare, make sure that our wrists are warm and our hips are ready. Good. Stepping back. We'll do this one more time on either side. Okay. So give yourself a little bit more time to explore the depth here. See if you can get your foot a little bit further away from you. So again, you're trying to have that shin parallel to the front of the mat, ideally. You can come down onto your forearms and your elbows. And start to tune in. Be aware where you're feeling this sensation. And just focus on that one area. As you notice the tension starts to fade with your awareness, try and go deeper into the posture after each time that opens up. Well, a few more seconds here. Good. And then you can slowly step back, and we'll switch to the opposite leg one final time. Again, tune in. Notice what you're feeling, where you're feeling it. You can go a little bit deeper, exploring a little bit more, whether that means you're down onto your elbows or forearms, or maybe your hands are still on the ground, whatever's best for you. But start to tune in. Notice where you're feeling that stretch, that uncomfortable sensation, and unclutch. Relax deeper into it. And as it gets easier and easier, challenge yourself to make it more and more uncomfortable, ensuring that it's not any of those bad pains. Okay, so if you're feeling a sharp pain in your knee or a sharp pain in your hip somewhere, that's your cue to exit out of the posture and try and find that good, quote unquote, pain that is working the muscle. Okay, last few seconds here. You can go a little bit deeper. Good. Then slowly coming to a seated position. And we're going to be moving into Padmasana. So if you're able to lift up one foot and bring it onto the opposite thigh, that's the goal, to do that with both feet. If you're not and you're only able to sit in Ardha Padmasana, that's also fine. Whatever's best for you. Okay? If you want to just sit in Sukhasana, because neither of those is really viable options, that's also fine. In Kukutasana, our hands are going to be ideally pressed in between the legs. If you don't have the gap able to do so, that's also fine. You could bring the hands to the outside. Okay? So whatever regression is best for you, whether that means you're sitting in Sukhasana with your hands outside of you and you're lifting up like this is fine. Okay? At no point should you not try and attempt the posture, because you can begin right here itself. This is stage one, so to speak. Okay? So lifting up the body this way, the heels can still stay on the ground. Challenge yourself to hold this posture for as long as you can. Okay? If you're able to progress to that, beyond that, and that means maybe one foot comes up and the two hands are pressed down, then do so that way. Okay? If you're able to get into full Padmasana, and maybe again the hands aren't able to come between the legs, see if you can lift yourself up with the hands outside. Okay? And then the final posture would be to bring the hands between the legs. While you're here, for me, I find it easiest to first really lean forward and bring my upper body beyond my shins. And then from there, I start to slowly lean back and see if I can allow my knees to come up off the ground. And then from there, I find that balance and lift the entire body weight up onto the hands. Okay? So let's all give this a shot with whatever version that's best for you. Okay? And again, try your best to hold that there for about 5-10 seconds and come down. For me, I'd like to still make sure my wrists are good, so I'm giving myself a little bit of time to challenge, but then I'm coming down to open up my wrists after also. Okay? If I see Ramesh, yeah, you're already giving it a shot. Great job. Kailasas throughout the world. Make sure that you're attempting whatever version is best for you. Umesha, yeah, if you want to just, from that seated position that you're in, bring the hands to either side, to the hips, and see if you can just lift up and keep the feet on the ground. That's fine as well, okay? We are engaging our shoulders here, okay? So as you lock and extend beyond, you're developing that shoulder strength, and ultimately this is something that is going to be helpful if you ever want to be able to perform something like a handstand. Okay. So let's go through this a couple times all together. Okay. So with your hands between the legs or outside of them, in whatever posture you're in, let's all come to a seated position together. And let's see if we can hold this for a 10-second count all simultaneously. Okay. So hands flat on the ground. Start to press your body up, and then we're going to lift up and try and hold for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Coming down. And again, giving yourself a counter stretch if you need to. Anybody else's wrists? Some people have their wrists are completely fine. Do you notice it? No? No? Okay. Okay. Well, at my age, I notice it. I don't know how old you are and how youthful you feel, but I definitely know that I feel it in my wrists as well. So make sure that you're giving yourself that time to loosen them up if you need to. Regardless, either way, let's do this one more time all together. Okay? While we're here, we're visualizing ourselves as a rooster. Breathing in Sahaja Kumbhaka, so we're all going to just inhale, hold our breath comfortably while we're in the posture. Okay, you can gaze straight ahead or straight ahead and down slightly at an object to help keep your balance. Mula Bandha is naturally going to be squeezed and engaged. but make sure you try and emphasize that. And Om Nithyananda Mahasara Shivoham is rotating in the throat center, okay? So Kukutasana, let's all bring our hands between our legs. Let's get ready to lift up simultaneously all together here. If your hands aren't between your legs, bring them outside of your crossed legs in whatever position you are currently in. Let's lean forward. Start to find that weight distribution and slowly lift up, and we'll hold here.
पद्मासनं संस्थाप्य नानूर्वोरन्तरे करो निवेश भूमौ वासिष्ठ व्योमस्थः कुक्कुटासनः.
Nicely done. Slowly coming down. Great job, everybody. Okay. From here, we're going to maintain this Padmasana position, and we're taking the hand balancing to the next level into Bharakekiyasana. So another hand balancing posture similar to Mayurasana, that very commonly understood posture that we all love to try and be able to perform. Bharakekiyasana is the same thing, but with our legs locked in Padmasana. And so a very in my experience, I think it's a challenging posture, but it's also a little bit easier in many ways to perform this versus Mayurasana because the weight isn't distributed so much further away from your center of gravity, from your core. So while we're here, you're on your knees. The fingertips are pointing backwards, but they're not directly pointing backwards. Maybe all of our bodies are slightly different, but what I have found is that a slight angle with the fingers pointing backwards works best for most. Okay, maybe that isn't quite the same for you, but explore whatever is best for you. And I would recommend a slight angle rather than completely straight behind it. Okay. The goal here, though, is you're trying to get your elbows as close together as possible before you press them up against your stomach. So if you're trying to get your elbows together at the center of your body, and you're driving and using that leverage as your main balance point for the entire body. Okay. So the first step is bring the elbows together and then drive them down into your center. Okay. So with fingertips pointing backwards, bring the elbows together, start to lean forward and press that center part of your stomach onto the hands. Naturally, you'll start to feel the knees lift up, and the goal is to then bring them parallel to the ground along with the upper body. Okay? So explore with wherever you're at. If you're not able to sit in Padmasana, or for whatever reason, if you're not able to start to balance there, you can come into Sukhasana position and rotate onto your knees with your toes tucked. Okay, so as you're trying to build towards performing these hand balancing postures, the simplest way is from our knees and toes, fingertips pointing backwards, start to lean forward and press the stomach up against the elbows. Okay? You can just hold here and then exit out. And you can go through cycles of this to start to build up that wrist mobility, wrist strength, and start to find what it feels like to get closer and closer to the posture. Okay? So again, same with every other posture, there's always some sort of regression that you can work towards. Means if you're not able to completely hold the posture in Padmasana, that's fine. What's the next step behind that you can perform? Okay? So Ameshaya, great job. Find where you're at and start to explore and feel that out. So if you're like me right now, from my hands and knees, I'm bringing my fingertips pointing backwards. My wrists are not together. A lot of people maybe tend to think that the wrists together is best. Well, it just means you have less of a wider base and less stability and ability to balance. So if you have a slight gap between your wrists, it means you're going to have a wider base and it's going to be easier for you to balance. Bringing the wrists together means smaller base, right? Your elbows are going to be able to come together easier, but it's going to be a little bit more challenging to hold yourself up. So again, keep a little bit of a gap between your hands, fingertips pointing backwards. And from this kneeling position, start to lean the stomach down, chest down. Okay, you can even blade your knees out a little bit wider. And then from there, you can start to lift up the knees and then see if you can lift up one foot and then the other. Okay. Again, this is the first regression that you'll be building towards to be able to perform Padakekiyasana, so the same posture, but in Padmasana. Okay. So give it a shot, and then once you're done cycling through, or with each repetition, again, make sure you're doing yourself a favor and counterposing, putting and applying pressure to the back of the hands, making sure that your wrists are being taken care of here, okay? So we're going to give this a shot at least one more time, all right? So give yourself that opportunity to make sure you're ready, prepared. And if you want to explore this from the Padmasana position, let's start to come back into that seated posture. Good. Okay. So coming up onto our knees, we'll go one more time here. Okay. If you're right there, if you're almost there, incorporate the visualization of this posture. Bring Swamiji into your inner space. Meet with him here. Allow him to guide you towards your ultimate possibility this morning. Okay. We're going to be breathing in Sahaja Kumbhaka again. So as you press up, it's going to be obviously challenging to have a nice elongated breath. Just take a deep inhalation, press the elbows up against the stomach, hold the breath comfortably for as long as you can comfortably in Sahaja Kumbhaka. Okay, same japa, rotating in the throat center. Om Nithyananda Maha Sadashivoham. Pressing the midsection into the elbows, leaning forward and down, slowly lifting up those knees off the ground. Lifting the chest up, connecting the Swamiji, and Padakekiyasana.
धर्मवसस्तभ्य करद्वयेन तत्कुर्परि स्थापिना नाभिपार्श्वः उच्चाशनो धन्दवद्धुत्थे मयूरमेतत् प्रविदन्ति पीठम्.
Good. Nicely done. Slowly coming down into a comfortable seated position. You can extend your legs out. Give them a shake if you would like as well. Great job. If you gave yourself an opportunity to explore and push yourself, nicely done. Next posture in the PVK, in the Sakala Vinyasa Krama, is Mayurasana. So you can actually beautifully just extend from that Padmasana position, extend the legs out right away into Mayurasana. But we'll build our way back up to that position for today's practice. Okay, so again, my hands are pressed up against the ground, so the tops of my hands are down. I'm giving myself an opportunity to take this free time to counterpose the wrists, making sure that they're warm, they're stretched out properly. Okay, squeezing my hands, extending the fingers. Give yourself this time to make sure they're protected and ready. So the next posture in Mayurasana, same similar setup where we are bouncing just on our hands and the legs are extended straight out beyond you. And as before in all previous postures, there's a regression out there somewhere that works best for you. Okay, so we'll start and build our way from the ground up, and we'll showcase those. So the first regression is simply you could be on your knees and your hands or your fingers pointing backwards, and you can just be in this position itself. Okay? So if you're not able to do any of the postures or any of the following progressions, this is where you're at today. And what I'm doing is I'm applying as much pressure onto my hands as suitable for me. So if I keep my toes tucked, I can start to almost lift up my knees off the ground. And naturally, that means more and more pressure comes onto the hands as my knee gets lifted up. Okay? So you're building the strength in areas that need it that will help you progress towards Mayurasana. Okay? So that we'll call that stage 1. The next is from this position on our hands and knees, we'll start to bring our elbows together towards one another. And to make that happen, you're going to just spread out your knees a little bit wider. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a wider base with my knees. Rather than keeping the knees together, I'll have them spread out a little bit. Okay, fingertips pointing backwards. Again, keeping a little bit of a gap between the hands and the wrists. You're going to try and lean forward and bring the stomach down towards the elbows. Okay, and lean forward as deep and as best you can for whatever's best for you, and just hold. Okay, we'll call this the progression 2. If you're wanting to go beyond that, you can keep the hands as they are. I've got one knee bent, and I'm going to extend the opposite knee. And I'm going to start to, again, slowly bring my stomach down towards the elbows. Okay? If you feel comfortable and ready and you want to progress further, you can step both feet back and just hold here with the toes tucked and the body weight pressed up against the elbows. Again, coming out of that. So if you're able to progress between each one of those, or if one of those is best for you, just give yourself the moment to pause and hold that. So if you're not doing any of those postures that I just went through, that means you are about to explore and try and hold yourself into Mayurasana completely. So in Mayurasana, again, fingertips are pointing backwards, fingers slightly bladed outwards. You're leaning forward and down. So you can extend your knees further away this time. Start to lean forward and down, stomach onto the midsection, or the midsection onto the elbows. From the toes tucked position, you can lift up one foot. And what you'll find is that you need to start to lean a little bit more forward to find that balance point. And then when you're ready, you can slowly try and lift up both feet off of the ground. Okay? So Rameshaya, what progression are you at today? Where are you at? You can just show me and I can coach you along. Maybe if you go from a side angle, you too as well, Ramesh. Let's see where you're at. Okay. So what I would recommend, Ramesh, yeah, keep doing what you're doing right there. Good. So here's what I would do. Both for you and Umesh, you're at the kind of the same spot. So from the toes tucked position, oh, you're right there. Okay, listen up here. From a toes tucked position on your knees, we'll get you there. Start to lean forward and bring the fingertips pointing backwards. Okay? So I'm on my hands and my knees, and my toes are tucked. I'm going to lean forward and bring my stomach onto my elbows. My knees and toes are still on the ground. Then from there, I slowly try and lift up my knees. So I'm just on my hands and toes. Umeshaya, let's back out. Come to a hands and knees position just like this. Okay? Hands down on the ground. Walk them a little bit further away from you. Okay? And now we're leaning forward, elbows towards the stomach. And then try and find that point where you just put you're able to leverage your weight onto the elbows. This is the posture that you're working towards. Okay? If you're able to get to that position with the elbows down, then you extend up one foot or extend up your knees. And then from there, you're trying to lift up one foot and then the others. Okay, but the progression is toes down, knees down from our knees, leaning forward. Okay, so a lot of this requires wrist strength. I see you both have that mobility needed in your elbows, but where are you feeling this in your wrists? Yeah, completely normal. So that's why we're slowly progressing towards applying more and more pressure. Ramesh is like, he's just saying he's got no space. That's okay as well. On your own, you could practice this when you've got a little bit more space, but just for everybody out there that is wanting to progress towards this, I'm seated with my knees wider. Okay? I'm bringing my fingertips down onto the ground, or my palms down onto the ground, fingertips pointing towards me at a slight angle with a bit of a gap. Okay? With that base, you reach your hands a little bit further away so the knees and the hips come down. Okay, so I'm still on my knees. I still got weight on my knees, but my knees are a little bit further away from me so I can bring my hips down. I'm trying to bring my elbows together and pressing my midsection up against the elbow. If I'm able to get to that position, then I'll lift up my knees. From that position, if I'm able to lift up my knees off the ground, then I'll start to lift up one foot. And what you'll notice here is I'm starting to lean forward. My shoulder blades go beyond my yoga mat now as I try and find that balance point. Okay, so my starting position is here. If you look how much further my shoulders travel forward, for me, that's the distance I need to go to find that center of gravity, that point of perfect balance. Okay? And again, you progress towards that. So stage by stage with whatever's best for you. You got to tune in. You got to make sure your wrists are ready, comfortable, and able to progress. Okay? So if you've been practicing this throughout this whole time, nicely done. If you've been sitting and just watching, only you are missing out on exploring your own ultimate possibilities. So give yourself this time. We're already here. We're already awake. We're not going back to sleep while we're here. So take advantage of this opportunity to explore yourself. Okay? We'll all give this one final shot together in Mayurasana. While we're here, we're going to incorporate the other components. Visualizing ourselves as a peacock. The Haja Kumbhaka, so you're holding your breath comfortably. And Om Nithyananda Mahasara Shivoham, rotating in the throat center. So we'll break this down one last time. From a kneeling position, I'm rising up with my toes tucked, rotating my hands so my fingertips are pointing towards the body. My knees are bladed out wide, and I start to walk my hands a little bit further away so I can bring my hips further and further down. I start to press my midsection up against my elbows, and as I find that leverage, I'm extending and lifting my knees up. From there, I'm starting to lean a little bit more forward to find that balance point, my center of gravity. I'm lifting up one foot, and then slowly, that other foot can come up as well. And hold.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भो निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कुर्वरोपरि देहकम्.
Nicely done. and slowly come down. Okay, next posture, a nice, perfect, relaxing posture after these intense arm holds. Makarasana. You're going to just lean forward and down, resting the upper body onto the ground, blading out your feet so your toes are pointed out wide. So you're opening up your hips so the toes can point out wide. Taking the hands as the forehead is rested on the ground and interlacing the fingers behind the head. Okay? So the chest is down, forehead is down on the ground. Interlace the fingers to the back of the head. Visualizing yourself as a crocodile here. Try and find calmness in your breathing pattern. A little bit more challenging when the weight of our body is pressed up against the lungs. But try and calm the breath down. Breathing deeply through the nose with the forehead down. And we'll hold here for a few more minutes. Maybe not minutes, but moments. Again, while we're here, focusing and tuning in on the breath. Deep inhalations through the nose. Comfortably hold, and then nice slow exhalations in between. Again, while you're here, visualize yourself as a powerful crocodile floating through the waters. Om Nithyananda, Mahasada Shivoham, rotating in the throat center. Keeping Mula Bandha engaged. So gently squeeze that perineum as we hold.
अध्यास्यसेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च पार्श्वमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदन्तयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Good. And from here, you can slowly lift up your hands and your head. You're going to bring your hands to either side of your chest with the palms flat and down, lifting up the chin. While you're in this position, we're going to start to engage our core. So core doesn't necessarily always mean our midsection or our stomach. It could also mean our lower back as well. So from this prone position with the stomach down, you're going to engage your core by lifting the thighs off the ground. And I'm saying thighs because that's the best cue to have to engage that lower back. Okay, so with my hands flat on the ground now, palms down, fingers facing forwards, I'm lifting up my chest as high as I can comfortably, almost as in Bhujangasana, but my hands should not be pressing down. Okay, so I'm lifting up my chest to its maximum with my hands off the ground, and then I can gently rest the hands down. From here, I'm trying to lift up my thighs off the ground. So don't think about getting your toes up. Don't even think about getting your knees up. Try and think about getting your thighs up off the ground. And as you lift up the thighs, notice and engage your glutes. So squeeze the butt cheeks. Okay? Squeeze the perineal floor. So naturally, Mula Bandha is engaged here. And I'm just holding this position, but throughout the posture, throughout the static hold, I'm trying to raise up the thighs more and more and more. And what you'll find is that you, as you hold, you start to lower down actually. Catch yourself. Find that awareness that you're actually going lower, and then try and bring yourself a little bit higher. Okay, so we're trying to constantly explore and expand and lift higher and higher, whether through the thighs or the chest. And again, the hands are just resting here though. I'm not pressing down through my hands at all. I'm just having them on the ground is all. Okay. And then let's all lower down and relax. Take a moment. While you're here, you can shake out the hips from side to side. Loosen up the thighs, loosen up the glutes. Is everybody feeling that in the lower back? Are you noticing the challenge there? Yeah? Okay. Okay, we're going to go through this a couple more times. So, hands flat on the ground. And start by squeezing the butt cheeks almost, lifting up the chest off the ground as high as you can, not pressing down with the hands in any way, though. Okay, you should be able to have your hands off of the ground and the chest remains the same height. From there, I'm bringing the toes, knees, upper thighs off the ground as high as I can. Engage the glutes even more. Squeeze the butt cheeks. Feel this tension start to build in the lower back. Rise up the chest more. And rise up the thighs even more as you can, or as high as you can. And we're just holding here, engaging that core, that midsection in the lower back. If you have back pain, this is something that's going to help out immensely. Sending rejuvenating blood, rejuvenating energy towards the midsection. Let's hold for another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Coming down, and rest on the chin again, and again, shake the hips from side to side. Give yourself an opportunity to rest and recover. Okay, this is Shalabhasana, so we're visualizing ourselves as a locust while we're here. So when you're coming up and holding static, also feel that sense of springiness and powerfulness, that ability to explode and jump at incredible heights and distances. Start to embody that bio-memory. You're sitting here static, but you're also explosive and dynamic, okay? Same pranayama, so we're just inhaling through the nose, holding our breath comfortably. And Sahaja Kumbhaka, exhaling at whatever pace is best for you. And Om Nithyananda, Mahasada Shivoham, the japa rotating in the throat center. So let's all rise up together. Hands are flat on the ground, next to the chest. Squeeze the glutes. Start to lift up the toes. Raise the chest up as high as you can. Knees come up. Thighs come up, and we're holding here. In this static posture, visualize yourself as a locust. That Mula Bandha is naturally engaged, but squeeze the butt cheeks maybe a little bit more and see if that helps you lift up your thighs a little bit more. Again, as the knees start to come down, the toes start to come down, catch yourself and lift up even higher. As you feel that burning sensation in the lower back that's telling you to exit out, rather than exit, go higher. Start to explore and expand beyond your previous abilities towards your ultimate possibility. Remind yourself of the japa rotating in the throat center, empowering you even further. Om Nithyananda Mahasada Shivoham. This is Shalabhasana.
अध्यास्यसेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवस्तभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च विषष्टिचोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः. Nicely done.
And lowering down, bringing the chest down. You can even rest on the side of your cheek if you'd like. Relax that lower back. Rotate the hips from side to side again. Shake it out. Nicely done. If you're holding there, if you're challenging yourself to go beyond that burning sensation in the midsection, nicely done. Not an easy posture to hold, but it's definitely an area that we all need to strengthen out. It's a common weakness in a lot of us, especially when we're, again, sitting all day, not really in these prone positions. Okay, from this position, we're moving into Ustrasana.
So we're reaching for our feet now. So you can grab one foot at a time if you'd like, or you can lift up both feet. The goal is we are holding on to the tops of the feet and we're trying to pull the heels down towards the ground. Okay? And then as we pull them down, increasing the grip, you start to lift the body up from the chest. Okay? So start to drive the heels down outside of the hips. So as you cycle through that motion where you lift up your chest, start to drive the heels down as the chest starts to sink back down towards the mat. So ultimately, the final position here would be the heels come all the way down and they even touch the ground outside of the hips. If you have that type of knee flexion and hip mobility, that's great. If you don't, nothing wrong with that. Do the best you can to drive and pull those heels down outside of the hips, though. Okay, and you can go through cycles of this by pulling, holding for a few seconds, and then releasing and relaxing, lifting up your chest a little bit if you'd like. And then again, sinking the chest back down into the mat and pulling on the tops of the feet towards the ground. Okay? This requires some bicep strength to pull the feet down. So if you feel that you're getting a little bit too much of a stress and workout with the biceps where you don't have that strength, relax, give yourself a rest. But again, start to progress and explore towards that final posture as best you can, meeting yourself with wherever you are at today. Pulling the heels down, outside of the hips, towards the ground, and holding that static posture. While you're here, you're visualizing yourself as a camel. Mula Bandha is naturally going to be engaged, or sorry, not in this posture. It's not naturally engaged, but consciously engage that Mula Bandha, sealing the perineal floor as you pull the heels down towards the ground. Maintaining the same japa, Om Nithyananda, Mahasadashivoham, rotating in the throat center, visualizing yourself as a camel, Ustrasana.
अध्यास्यसे ते पदयुग्मवस्त्यं पृष्ठे निपायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यगुडयास्य गाथा मुष्टं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Good. From here, we're going to be holding on to the same grip. If anything, you're going to intensify the grip. And you're going to start lifting the upper body off the ground and the upper thighs off the ground as well, pulling the feet backwards and up as the chest rises up higher and higher into Dhanurasana. So this is more of a back bend, requiring flexibility in multiple parts of the body. Okay? While you're here, continue driving the hips up, continue lifting the chest up further and further, trying to balance the body entirely onto the belly. Continue holding and then stretching more and more as you go further and further up. Okay? When you need to, you can rest and release the feet and bring the hands beneath the chin. Give yourself an opportunity to recover. We've been pulling using the strength of our biceps for quite a while now, so give yourself an opportunity to rest and recover. And we'll go through this one more time. Okay, if you want to shake your midsection side to side to loosen up the spine, take care of the lower back, feel free to do so. But on this Next and final set of Dhanurasana. Really try and drive the hips up, drive the toes up as high as you can. Although it's a static posture, you are very much engaged throughout the entire hold. Okay, you're trying to open up the chest, open up the hip flexors, using the strength of your core, your lower back, to pull you up higher and higher. You should feel this all throughout the body. Whether it's anterior, posterior chain, you're going to notice this engage you throughout. So a full body posture, a great posture to work on, especially for us that sit all day hunching forwards. This is going to help you get rid of that tech neck posture as well. Okay, so let's all come up one last time together. From our chest, lift up one foot. See if you can reach and hold on to it. If you're able to kick up both feet at the same time, feel free to do so. Reach back, holding on to the tops of your feet. Improve your grip. So really try and wrap your hands around. See if you can hold on to the soles of the feet all the way around. Start to lift the chest up off the ground. And simultaneously start kicking the feet up and let the knees and thighs come off the ground. Lift the chest up higher by lifting the chin up. And then as you come up higher and higher, start to kick and engage the quads and driving the feet up even more so. You want to tilt your head back, looking up more towards the ceiling. That's going to help you open up your chest as well. Try and find that balance point on the midsection with where you're at. Let's all drive and kick ourselves up. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana, Mahasada Om Nithyananda, Mahasada Shivoham, rotating in the throat center. Keep kicking, keep driving, and hold as best you can. Keep the entire body engaged here. Few more seconds.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्य विवर्तिताङ्गं गिरिगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
Nicely done. Releasing the hands. And again, you can place them one on top of the other, just underneath the chin, resting the chin on top of the top hand. Start to rotate the hips from side to side to loosen up that lower spine. Give yourself a nice little rest here. And then when you're comfortable, ready, and able to do so, push yourself up into a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground beneath you. Resting onto your knee. Now, this is a preparatory posture in Bhaga-asana. We are getting ready for the next posture to come, which is our first inversion of today in Shirshasana. While we're here, just bring yourself within your body to try and align your spine. So it seems like a basic posture. It's like nothing's really happening here, right? Try and sit perfectly, okay? So your hands are resting on tops of the thighs, close to the knees. Don't let the upper body cave down. Take this opportunity to push the chest out, rather, okay? Engage your perineum, so sealing that perineal floor, engaging Mula Bandha. Let the chest open up high and keep the spine elongated. Neck is back. So you have that perfect vertical posture within you. Okay? You can keep your eyes open or closed, but gaze up towards the third eye and start to connect to Swamiji. Bring them back into your inner space. Okay? Not to get ahead of ourselves, but we do have an inversion coming up. And so you're kind of getting yourself into that mental mindset that you're literally going to be flipping your world upside down.
why not bring Swamiji along with us as you visualize him in your inner space here. Okay, with Mulabandha engaged and Om Nithyananda Mahasa Shivoham rotating in the throat center. This is Bhaga Asana.
उलाटमोडी पाऊ दोई वेसे बहुरो जो जगती जुगती करे ईके ऐसे पावना माहिला घुल्प जुजाहो कुलापासती लावे सो.
And from here, we are moving into Shirshasana, our first inversion of today, and the final two inversions of the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Whether you are at home by yourself or even with a group of individuals, your best friend right now is the wall. Okay? So if you're somebody that's, whether you're able to hold the posture for a long period of time or you're still working towards the posture, either way, I highly recommend using a wall as your base point. Okay? So Rameshaya, if you've got a bed frame that's only about 3 feet high, just make sure that you're taking a lot of caution here. Ideally, you have a wall which is behind you to catch you from rotating and falling all the way over onto your back. So if your wall is in front of you, it's about 2 feet away from you or so. Okay? And from this position of being on our knees, you're going to rise up so you can tuck your toes. The first step is tucking your toes. Okay? With a toes tucked position, then I'm bringing my elbows down and forearms down onto the ground, and I'm interlacing my fingers. Now, before you interlace your fingers, a common suggestion is measuring your elbows so they're about forearm distance apart. Okay, so it means, am I able to grab onto my opposite elbow? Okay, if I'm able to grab onto my opposite elbows, then I can release and interlace my fingers. So you're not wanting your hands really far apart or really close together. You want that perfect base, which is about forearm distance. Okay, from there, you can interlace your fingers, and now you've got this beautiful tripod base triangle to keep your body stable. Okay. Now, the first posture is actually Gohyasana. So you're building up towards Shirshasana, but Gohyasana requires a lot of core strength as well. So we're going to incorporate these two together, and I'll show you a way of regressing into Gohyasana, which is maybe a little bit easier for some people. But from this base position, fingers interlaced, toes tucked, I'm bringing the crown of my head down onto the ground. So the crown of my head, meaning like that apex point, the topmost point of my head. And we all have got different crowns, different shapes. So find that little subtle point that you feel is best for you to balance on. Okay. Now distributing the weight throughout the entire body, meaning the forearms and the crown of the head. I'm going to lift up my knees off of the ground. Okay. If this is the maximum that you can hold, that's fine. Maybe your knees are still down on the ground and you're just holding this posture. That's fine as well. Meet yourself with wherever you are at today, but challenge yourself to at least attempt some version of the posture. If you're able to hold this here, raise the knees up off of the ground. And you can start to walk the feet towards you. Okay, naturally the hips come up and they start to stack on top of the shoulders. If you're able to lift up one foot and you're not quite able to lift up the other foot, you can give yourself a little bit of a hop to stack the hips on top of the shoulders. And again, this is the point where it's important to have the wall, because if you pop a little bit too much, you're going to rotate all the way over onto your back. And that's what we want to avoid. So again, use a wall to your advantage. Okay? Safety first.
If you're able to hop up and get to that position, great. If you're not, with the knees bent, if it's a little bit too challenging to hop up and hold here, you can hop up and keep the legs a little bit further up and then regress down, bringing the knees down towards the chest from there. So Gohyasana, the knees are towards the chest, and Shirshasana, the legs are extended up. So Gohyasana, more challenging on the core, whereas in Shirshasana, a little bit easier on the core. Okay? Again, no matter what level you are at, explore your possibility. Okay? Ideally, you have some sort of mat beneath you. I see some people that are directly on tile right now. If you're moving over to the wall, great job. That's exactly what we want to see. But make sure that you're using a mat as well. Maybe a little bit too much stress on the crown of your head if you're doing this directly onto the tile. Again, to progress towards this, from kneeling position, measuring the hands, holding on to opposite elbows, interlace the fingers, crown of the head comes down onto the ground, resting the back of the head up against the hands. First step is lifting up the knees off the ground, walking the feet towards you. Let the spine rotate a little bit so you can stack the hips on top of the shoulders. Lift up one foot. See if you can lift up the other. And holding here with knees bent is Gohyasana. If you're able to, start to slowly stack the hips on top of the shoulders, the knees on top of the hips, and then the ankles on top of the knees. So you're trying to align into as vertical posture as you can. Now, it's obviously extremely difficult to understand how you're stacking, how your alignment is. So if you have an extra phone, it's always a good idea to record yourself to see, how am I doing? How is my alignment? And as you start to adjust your alignment through that video feedback in combination with one another, you'll start to notice, oh, okay, I felt like I was a little bit off at my hips, and maybe that's what the video showed. So that constant feedback through video is going to be really helpful for you. Okay? So as long as you're able to hold here comfortably and you're not feeling any stress or pain in your lower or in your neck, then continue to hold. If at any point you're noticing any stress in your neck, any area of your body at all, then that's your cue to back out of the posture. Okay? You'll be able to hold this without feeling any sharp pains anywhere. So if you were exploring and holding this still to this point, great job. And yes, at your own pace, you can come down and up at a suitable rate that's best for you. Okay? Good. Okay, let's all come onto our knees and we'll take a moment to rest and recover together. So after you're spending so much time in that inversion, come back into that same posture of Bhagasana where you're just sitting on your knees, hands resting on top of your thighs with a vertical spine, allowing the blood to rush back down towards the rest of the body. Try and relax the shoulders down. Take a few deep, calm inhalations through your nose. Nice long exhalations out of the mouth. Just rest and recover.
shining your awareness on any areas of tension that you may be feeling and unclutching, releasing from there. Again, give yourself this time to recover. We'll go through this one last time, exploring both Gohyasana and then into Shirshasana. Okay, so we'll try and hold for a couple minutes. If you're not able to hold for a couple minutes, that's fine. You can be maintained at a regression. One of the most interesting pramanas I've come across was an inversion. Anytime the heart center is raised above the Anya chakra. So the Anya chakra being below Anahata chakra, that is an inversion. So if you're not able to completely hold yourself up vertically, so you can get to a point where just you're bringing your heart so it's above the eyebrow center, okay?
Make sure that I don't fall back beyond my back, okay? Now interlacing the fingers, bring the crown of the head down onto the ground. Find that point of balance that is best for your head. With toes tucked, lift the knees up off the ground. Walk the feet towards you. Lift up one foot, one heel, and hop yourself up, trying to get the knees towards the chest with the knees bent. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space here. Gohyasana.
दो हाथ की कहोनी जोए पुनिहा कले जाने सो दोई खुशी आगाम ने की पुन जाओ ए सब ले हु ऊपर थानो.
Good. Keeping the same inversion. Extend the knees so they stack on top of the hips, and then the ankles on top of the knees. Connect the Swamiji here. Try and find comfort. Try and relax the upper body, relax the shoulders. Find balance through alignment. Find comfort through alignment here. Shirshasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विजेव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
Good. When you're comfortable and ready, you can slowly come down. If you want to feel like holding a few more moments, feel free to do so. Come down any way that you like, whether that's one foot extended, vertical, another comes down. Just try and come down with as much control and grace as you can. You can keep the forehead down on the ground with the hands behind the head for a moment or two. And as the blood starts to rush back into the body, you can slowly rock back your sitting bones onto your heels with the toes flat. And again, coming to this kneeling position, spine neutral, hands resting on tops of thighs. Let the shoulders sink down and the spine elongate, the crown of the head feel pulled towards the ceiling. Almost consciously decompress the neck. We've spent quite a bit of time here working on these inversions so far today, so nicely done. Give yourself this opportunity to relax and recover now. Good. All right, from this position, you're actually going to be, you can cross your legs and come into a seated posture. We're going to start working our core a little bit here. Okay, so from a seated posture, with the feet flat on the ground in front of you, knees raised up, we're going to move into Fodhyasana. So
you're going to slightly lean your upper body backwards. So I'm leaning my chest back, and you should do so to a point where your heels start to lift off the ground. Okay, so if you're not able to perform the full posture, that's fine. The first step for you is from this seated posture with the knees raised. I'm just rocking back, and I'm trying to find that balance point where I'm balanced just on my sitting bones. Okay, the tendency is you start to lean and cave your chest in. Try and keep the chest upright. Okay, if you release your hands from your knees, you're engaging the same muscles that need to be engaged as you progress through the posture as well. So that's your first level of the posture. Okay, so no matter what, you should be trying something. That would be the first level. Okay, from that same type of setup, this time I'm going to bring my hands beneath my calves and hold onto the backs or hold onto the calves with my hands. Okay, so the back of the leg. I'm going to slightly lean back and find that same balance point on my sitting bones. First step is you can raise your shins up so they're parallel to the ground. Okay, if you're able to keep them parallel, you can extend your hands a little bit further away towards the ankles and see if you can lift up the legs and straighten out the knees a little bit more. This would be the next progression. From there, if you're able to extend out the legs so the knees become straighter and straighter, that's the next progression. You're just going to continue progressing, trying to bring the forehead all the way up towards the knees in Photiasana. Okay? So the challenge here is obviously the mobility, the balance, flexibility required, and there's core strength here required that you don't otherwise experience in a lot of other different postures and movements, especially throughout the day. So do your best to try and drive the knees up towards the forehead, pulling, using the strength of your arms, all while maintaining that balance onto the sitting bones. And then slowly releasing out of that and recovering for a moment in between. Okay? So again, Photiasana, challenging posture, but meet yourself with wherever you're at. Okay? So if that means you're just resting, holding on to your shin or your knees like so, keeping the heels off the ground, then so be it. Nothing wrong with that. But start to try and progress and push that envelope. Start to explore and find that next level ability, that ultimate possibility for you today. To take this posture to the next level, the pranayama we're performing, Bhastrika Kumbhaka. So we're going to be performing short bursts out of the nostrils while you're also engaging the core. Okay, so it's quite challenging to hold on the core itself, but to perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka simultaneously is going to take it to the next level. Okay, so let's all go through this. We'll do this one more time. As we're coming to the close of today's session, we'll cycle through these few final core postures all together. Okay, so as we move throughout each one, we'll spend about 30 seconds on each posture. Okay, most of them require you to find that balance on your sitting bones. So in the same light as holding yourself here, you're continuously trying to find that balance point in the various different postures. Okay. As we move throughout, try and keep the chest up and not sink and cave down and put that stress on the lower spine. Okay. Rather than putting stress on the lower spine, think core engagement and think chest up and elongated. Okay, so we'll go through one by one.
Try and cycle and hold each posture for about 30 seconds or so. And then we're going to come to a close for today's session. All right. So beginning with Fodhyasana, from this seated position, feet flat on the ground, place the hands onto the backs of the calves, rock yourself back, find that balance point, start to extend the knees up, straighter and straighter, keeping your balance with wherever you are at. Start to inhale through the nose, no short bursts, exhaling. As you start to align further and further, the legs straighter and straighter as best you can. Okay? Visualize Swamiji in your inner space here. Om Nithyananda, Paramashivoham, rotating in the throat center, and Fodhyasana.
दो हाथ पका बाहर आने गोड़ा थरी काम कसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धारे चरण उबे आकाश दिशी करे.
Good. Challenge yourself to keep the legs up off of the ground now. But you're going to bring your elbows behind your head. Okay? So you're holding the head by the two elbows. The hands are holding or placed behind on the upper back. Heels are up off the ground. Use your core to hold yourself here. So you're better off with the heels down and the core engaged than the feet up and the lower back keeping you up. Okay? If you need to, you can drop your elbows down, but try and keep the chest up and even just hold yourself up by bending the knees and bringing the heels towards the body. You should start to feel this in the hip flexors already. Maintain the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, but then what you're doing is you're actually holding the breath in the Kumbhaka. The Pramana says to hold the Kumbhaka. So you're inhaling, exhaling through the nose. Take one deep inhalation and hold and keep the stomach engaged and visualize yourself as a mace in your inner space as you gaze up towards the third eye. Hold yourself here for a few more moments. Almost there.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ संस्पृत्येत् हस्ताभ्यां कन्धरा भद्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिकासनं भवति.
Good. And then bring the elbows down. You can rest your feet for a moment. We're going to move into Naukasana. So same type of setup where your feet are going to be raised up. You're going to have your hip flexors engaged here. Try and keep the the knees straight as you raise the heels up. There's a few different ways of performing the posture, but we're doing this from the elbows. So the hands are flat on the ground, elbows down. Let's all start to raise our feet up off the ground. So you can start off by just rocking the knees towards the chest. This is your first regression, okay? When you're ready, comfortable, able to, you'll start to extend your feet out. So you elongate the knees and straighten the knees out, okay? If you ever need to rest and recover throughout this hold, just bend the knees, bring the heels in, but then try and fight through that pain. Extend the knees back out and keep the heels raised up. While you're here, core is engaged. We're breathing in the same Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Holding yourself here, gazing up towards your third eye. You're visualizing yourself as a boat. See yourself crossing that of the outer world. So find comfort, find relaxation in this stress, in this challenging posture. Keep the core engaged. If you're noticing this in the lower spine at any point, that's your cue to come down, relax, and make sure that the stress is solely on the stomach. Okay? So with the heels raised up, if you're able to hold here, let's do so. Gazing up towards the third eye, and Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमस्तभ्य हस्तौ नितम्भं निधाय शिरसि ऊरुजङ्घापादं दण्डवत् धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति.
Good. And then from here, we're rising up right away. scooping our hands underneath the feet. So you're bringing the soles of the feet together, scooping the hands underneath, and you're starting to pull the feet in towards the chest. So you're, again, trying to find that balanced posture where you're resting on the sitting bones and able to hold yourself, right? Interlace the fingers if you can. If at any point this is too challenging to hold, again, you could just place the hands on the ground and lift the knees up, okay? So whatever regression is best for you, this would be the first one. The next would be to, with the feet together, interlace the fingers and just hold yourself here with the feet away from you. Try and find that balancing point. But we are trying to pull the feet in closer and closer towards the chest with the spine elongated as best you can. Okay? While we're here, again, Bhastrika Kumbhaka. As you gaze down towards the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Rudra, Bhagavan Rudra, in your inner space as you hold with Mulabandha engaged, Om Nithyananda Padmashivoham rotating in the throat center. This is Rudrasana.
पगडली संपुट करे हाथस्योपग ऊंचाए पगा का अंगूठा लो लेयु परली कानी तालवे.
Good. And releasing the feet, bring them down onto the ground. We're going to lean onto our lower or onto our backs. Nicely done holding there, team. We're going to start from this position with backs on the ground, knees raised up, heels and feet flat on the ground. Drive the hips up towards the ceiling. So squeeze the glutes, squeeze the butt cheeks together, lift up the hips towards the ceiling. You'll find that the neck starts to naturally lock into Jalandhara Bandha, but increase that a little bit more so. So you're making that lock, emphasizing even more so by tucking the chin down towards the chest. Okay? The tendency is the hips start to sink down lower and lower. Try and drive and counter that so the hips go higher and higher. Dig the heels into the ground. Press through the heels. So as you press through the heels, you should feel the hips start to rise up more and more. You can walk your shoulder blades beneath you a little bit closer if you'd like, keeping the palms flat onto the ground. And again, locking that chin down. We're taking a deep inhalation through the nose. In Murcha Kumaka, you're controlling that exhalation while in Jalandhara Bandha. So while the chin is tucked to the chest, we're no longer breathing in Bhastrika Kumbhaka. You're taking a nice, long, slow exhalation with the knee or with the chin locked down. Okay, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, Mulabandha engaged, Om Nithyananda Padmashivoham rotating in the throat center. You keep your eyes open or closed. They're open, gaze towards the tip of the nose, and hold.
ऊर्ध्वे जजानुनी कृत्वा सवितोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्पाद्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुख नामखे.
Nicely done. Then slowly release the back and sitting bones, thighs down onto the ground. Open the palms up towards the ceiling. Start to scan your body and slowly unclutch all those areas of tension and stress. So most recent one was maybe you're feeling this in your glutes are still a little bit tight, so relax. From your hips down, sinking into towards the mat. Then scan the rest of your body and do the same. In Shavasana, we're engaging Shakti Chalan Mudra. So one last focus point here is you're engaging that Mulabandha to consciously pull and awaken the Kundalini Shakti from the base of the spine towards the Sahasrara chakra. And then unclutching, releasing completely, the entire body. From this position, avoiding any micro movements, itching, scratching, twitching, completely melted to the mat for a nice, well-earned, well-deserved Shavasana.
उत्थानं सर्वगद्भूमो शयनं कुशवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
And we're going to slowly start to come back into the body. And do so by first beginning with a deep inhalation through the nose. Nice long, deep sigh exhalation out of the mouth. You can wiggle your fingertips and your toes. Start to get that feeling sensation back in the physical body. Then slowly start to rotate in your wrists and your ankles. Then bending your elbows and your knees. And when you're ready, you can bend one knee and then the other, bring them towards the chest, gently squeezing them down towards your upper body. And then try and lift up the weight of your head, your upper body, bringing the forehead towards the knees. And interlace your fingers around the legs if you'd like and start to rock side to side, massaging that lumbar spine. And then release the knees and roll over onto one side and gently press yourself up. You can keep your eyes open or closed, whatever you would prefer. Either way, coming to a comfortable seated position. With your spine straight, bringing the palms together and Anjali Mudra in front of the heart center. Connect to Swamiji here. Bring them into your inner space. With a deep sense of gratitude, we'll close this ritual of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga with the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Datsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Nicely done. Great job so far today. So far, meaning because this is just our first component of the morning ritual, but